All Germans are better at things.
Dude, I've won 3 times 500 yesterday and lost them 3 times in a row. I made 500, lost 500, made 500, lost 500, made 500.
I would say
lost
you're.
500.
And if you just had to quit at the 500, guess where you'd be today?
Yeah, but I won at 1K. I was in
your
the end.
expectations. I want. I was at Costco the other day. They got all kinds of good stuff. Good food, all the shrimp and all the candies and cakes and everything. And I'm like, oh, dips. They have dips and they got potato salad. They got everything you want. Do you need
No, not that we can
any
afford.
of it? Or just chicken legs? Are you there just for the chicken legs and the cheap eggs?
Only if they're on sale.
That's exactly it. What do you need? Not what do you want?
What can get me to survive long enough to figure out trading? At the bare minimum.
There's some stuff.
Trading is taking profit.
Yeah.
There's things that I've been. I think for me, it's just all psychological. I've done so much trading that I'm so frustrated with it that I'm all in. I am all in before the market opens. I am tilt before the market opens. That's how fucking frustrated I am with this shit. And it was never like that. It was never like that. At prop,
somebody else's money.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and they were good.
And apparently some people are like, oh, if you use these, if you want to, what do you want to call these combine things, these prop accounts, whatever they are, oh, that's not real skin in the game. And to be honest, that's enough skin for me to feel shitty about losing it.
Oh yeah, I call them fake account. I'm in a fake account right now, and it feels no different than if I was trading in my AMP.
Exactly, except that I'm not actually taking a big fucking $1,000 hit today.
I'm risking $16.70, and if for some reason the next couple of days I make 15 grand, impossible, then I'll give them their $85, and then I'll go ahead and play with that, And I know that they cap it, you can only make 30% in one day and all that shit, but yeah, I think we're okay playing the eval game unless you don't go, nuts. Like some of these guys are online saying, yeah, I've taken 50,000 in payouts. And then they accidentally show their screen and they're in eval number 800. Now I'm on eval 188 here, but look at my Apex number, Apex 0603. I was the 603rd customer that went, I figure they had a whole bunch of practice accounts in there. I'm like customer number 600 for Apex. They're at like 50,000 right now. So I was probably one of the first people in on Apex. But they didn't have a rule. They didn't have that 30% consistency rule after you pass. So you could whack them, You could hit them. You could do a 10 lot and let it roll. But now it's 30%. So you really don't want to make any more than $1,000 a day in that 50K. Or in this thing here, if I made it, once you make it, you got to make 6,500. Yeah, you don't want to make any more than $2,000 in any one day if you're in the fake funded PA account. So, but no, I care about all you guys. I want you to make money. I'm just here because I'm lonely. Yeah, in Pennsylvania, there aren't many women, especially in my age group. So we'll talk to guys instead. All right, so what happened up here in Microsoft? Hits up here around the quarter. NVIDIA, mood launch. NVIDIA is up like $10 frickin' dollars. And Apple, 191 down to 190. But yeah, I care. I want you guys to make it. And there was a time there a while back where I thought I had it. I thought I had it. ES is not budging. Creeping up on this Unirenco here. Got a complete down here at 33.50. But again, this is my first day looking at these equities. Who helped me? It was Radu. I didn't know on Sierra I could get the NASDAQ.
I'm glad you just said that. Are you actively trading right now?
In this eval, it's irrelevant. No, we can talk.
Do you I'm actually trying to get a live SPY quote on Sierra chart, and I can only find delayed. How did you get the other equities?
Well, the SPY is going to come out of.
Favorite.
The only one I bought was the NASDAQ total view.
Yeah.
So there is you got to pay for the data feed. Gotcha.
It was 16. I'm paying 46 for Sierra level 11, and then $16 for NASDAQ total view.
Okay.
But I don't. The Spider, you won't have the SPY, bro, in that, right? The Spider's trading on. It used to trade on the Amex. It's I don't know where it is now. It's got to be NYSE, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So you're going to need NASDAQ total view, and you're going to need NYSE equities, I think.
All right. I think it's time I just buy all the data. I've been like,
Well, just say.
what I needed, but I'm finally at the point where.
Well, I'm not. You got to save money.
Yeah.
I remember. I don't know how old you are. It's none of my business, but I don't have a lot of money, but I don't owe a penny. My car's paid for. This apartment's cheap. My kids are, my two daughters are financially stable, and like.
Let's try this morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Fucking microphone wasn't working. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. 25. Something changed for you? Something new? Something exciting on the 25 reversal? Something that is
Well, we
telling
made
you
some
I
new
need
highs.
to pile. Yeah. So not exactly something you're blindly short without a reason, I guess. We don't have much reference on the upside, unfortunately, now because uncharted territory, new time high. So we will watch pretty much the way down, not hoping that we will go down, but that's because that's our reference. The only other reference we will have is price action, because again, uncharted territory. So we don't have a point we need to stay on top or below on the 25 already printed, right? So
Yeah.
for longs, what they wanted to stay on top, assuming this fucking ridiculous train can keep going, what they want to stay on top, like I would still say the fucking 50-40 is something that hold a little value. I will extend on a little bit on the way up. So let's say 50, just say 50 for comfort. 50-60. That kind of the jet. We need to stay on top. Assuming we will get there, because that would be already a significant pullback in this fucking environment. I'm counting out.
No, I was just kind of looking at that's
Okay.
bigger picture, right? Like 60
Yeah.
area, 50,
Yeah.
5260.
Yeah.
And then shorter term,
Yeah.
at least 5320s area or 5300, of course, above there. Or is
Yeah, I
that-
would say more 53. Yeah, 5310, 5300, the 10,
Yeah.
sort of rectangle there.
Yeah.
4 point. Pretty much the same. Still going up, still going up. We got a little double top kind of thing. 43, whatever it is,
Yeah.
which is a little bit interesting. Or a little bit more topish than the usual, so maybe a little range could develop. But still, freaking zoom out, we're still freaking going up like there is no fucking tomorrow, and the world just discovered the cure for cancer. I don't know, something like that. What we need to start something significant on the way down, I would say at least something below 24, let's say 20, 28, just to look at the last one, but I would say at least 24. It's really the bare minimum to print something that it's, oh, all right, we are below something that it's important. 10 second, well, pretty much, I guess. Self-explanatory. Up from 3 is big number. When it's on top of 35 for continuation long. Short, you will want to see them below 32 to make them happy. And that's pretty much it. But looking at the 4 pointer, seems there is a little pause in buying, like no great effort, but we'll see. What's that?
Yeah. Do you pay any mind to like the type of open in a sense of we've been like in a 4 point range?
No, opener really, yeah, this is a really shitty open, but we got pretty shitty open in a couple of years at this
Yeah.
point. Like it's not all day, but it's
Yeah.
becoming almost the norm.
I had-
We're gone the day where they were exciting.
When it opens and just rips one way or the other.
Yeah,
Those speakers today, they are all not voting members, right?
yeah.
Or did I?
We got already some relatively big numbers on the board, the 37, 38 Jets, and on the way down, 31 something. What's that level? It's actually Cooper
Yeah.
level, not one. Yeah, 3150, 3175.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I will not be surprised to have some shitty rangy stuff today, but hopefully not.
So we need to hold a 35 area
Yep.
for up. And
Yes.
then, as you said,
Yes.
I was kind of watching 33. You mentioned 32 area for sellers. But yeah, it's like the liquidity's pretty thick on both sides in the small range.
Yeah, that doesn't seem there's food on the way up if they want to take, but it's a lot of food. But it's again, I will not be surprised to have some little shitty rangy stuff today, but we'll see. Yeah, just stay on top of this fucking 35.50, 36 to get the chance to stay on top of yesterday. And do something. Do something. Volume is okay. Liquidity is state. Yeah, maybe it will become interesting. I don't know. We'll see.
What's interesting is not that it probably means anything, but the liquidity up at 37.25 and then down at 31, the orders are all the same size wise.
Yeah.
It's like, so someone's doing something on purpose, but it's interesting though how
Little algo doing their business.
it's kind of like the rolling bracket stuff.
Yeah.
Like on the top 54, 61, 80, 77, 48, and on the bottom 54, 61, 80, 77, 48.
Secret code.
It's like bingo.
They are sending message to each other.
Yeah. Could be.
We actually had this theory. I guess pretty much everyone with with too much time on his end and the trading environment, and those at some point got this theory. Instead of communicating, you got secret numbers like 356 contracts, 200 ticks from chart from price or whatever. That's mean. It's the time. I don't know. Who fucking knows?
Could be.
I read that a long time ago on some stuff. Also, like order size, various code things like that for.
Yeah, well, it's safer than talking on WhatsApp, I guess.
Yeah.
Imagine misread that. Oh shit! It was mean long. No.
Yeah.
I bet because it's so random, if you're really paranoid and you go for it, you might find something like anything that resembles Morse code or something like that. And somebody, I don't know. There was SOS. Somebody's in the underwater.
$53.52 for spot for the short to look at this shit. Why my chart? A lot of my chart are fucked. I don't know why. Oh, the big guy up there. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
How many contract he has? Stupid piece of
500.
shit.
At 63.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm looking at
Standard.
that.
There's a single 500 order and then
No,
some other crap.
it's the one that's fucking my some of my chart.
He's sending the signal to short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's how they send their takeout orders. Uber Eats.
Yeah.
I'm buying. That's. Do we got some news, some shit, something happening?
There's an FOMC member.
Yeah,
bar
speaking about it
speech,
should
but-
be.
yeah.
It shouldn't be that. That looks a
Mm.
lot like fucking.
City did not lower. So
Oh, that's significant amount of volume that's popping up in 20 seconds. And significant price movement, significant pressure. So look at a little weird for a second.
a really interesting session.
Yeah. There is volume to be honest, so it could turning interesting. That little spike up was really straight.
Maybe someone left the bracket algo on accident.
Hmm.
Did not receive the message.
Mhm. pressure at above price now.
Yep. I'll take it very easy today. I wouldn't mind
No,
looking
it's
for
too-
sure. 36 was decent, but rangy. Upload the image. Let's see.
Oh, I know that's not the analysis one should be doing, probably. But looking at
Mhm.
that, we had more sellers, right? And we're
That's for point, right? Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, we got more. Yeah, we got some selling, not more selling, some selling for sure. More
Some
interesting, I would say. Yeah, more interesting, I would say. Not great buying.
true.
That's what's more interesting for me. Like from pretty much from yesterday close. Yeah, pretty much from yesterday close.
Okay, but what we can
8 o'clock.
infer it, sellers haven't been paid yet. Those who did engage here, right?
I will
Wow.
not read anything into that. Just a little pause in price. Interesting, all those guys popping up. Just a little pause in price. Maybe some money doing his work because it's liquid. Volume wise, it's not terribly bad. Actually, it's good. So it's not moving. Means a lot of order being thrown around. Filled. Just a little rangy shit. I wouldn't go too much further reading anything for now. Beside the fact that it's boring as fuck.
So with the momentum we had yesterday and all the upwards momentum, do you have an expectation during
No.
towards the close,
No.
like last half an hour? No.
No. I mean, yesterday we had an eye what 3 point something like 3 point from all time high, something like that. So yeah, you could expect a little bit, getting after the real number, the all time high. Yes, but generally speaking, I don't have any. I don't play the close expectation at all. That's pretty much most harder game.
Well, there are
Besides-
papers on it. We've
Yeah,
just
for
had
sure,
this.
but good luck with that. Really good fucking luck. I don't read the
I was
much
just
into
wondering
close.
because
It's too much volume. Then you need to find a way to discern intention of all that fucking volume, which is crazy for me. Like I have no clue what's interesting. They're piling up again. I have no clue what's was selling, was taking profit, was edging, was doing. It's too many people doing stuff at the close. Too much stuff. For me, at least, I was never able to read anything into that. I didn't find anyone that was capable of reading anything into that unless they're looking at very fucking high stuff like daily, monthly, weekly, monthly, and in that case, the close is just a blip into the chart, like one tick data. But if you find something that works, send me a DM, please.
on that selling, the amount of stuff
Yeah.
they added up there, and then
Yeah.
after it
Yeah.
got down
Yeah.
to the 28 area, then they pulled it all.
Yep.
It's
There was a little someone put almost 400 contract very close to price at
Yeah.
30, 50. That was interesting too.
Yeah.
Well, that was a decent pickup.
Someone accomplished what they wanted, probably.
Yeah. You always should see if the other people agree with him. Like,
Yeah.
not necessarily, but yeah, it looks like that.
And I assume a lot of this is waiting for something like that to happen.
Yep. Yeah, those little, let's call it volume event, those little spiky, flashy things will always stir some commotion here and there.
Hmm.
You know, that definitely the guy at 31 was Phil, 31, 75, 50, whatever it was Phil. And someone below him for sure.
And now still they need to get
Yeah.
over this 35 area, 34.
Yes. Without that, we're not going up.
And then on the downside, probably below
I honestly wouldn't
31.
mind to play short for just for a change, but
Yeah.
that was the 35 short before was nice, but that's it for now.
Yesterday's high.
It's significant in volume. Breakout volume again. If you're doing what you should not doing, which is trading instead of just watching, I will be a little more careful than usual today. Or more conservative, I guess.
Oh, you're talking about earlier with being at uncharted territory.
It's not that. It's not that. Seem a couple of things on the tape that then even fucking wonder or insane chart. I was like, okay, there is some volume popping up a little bit more randomly than usual. A fucking spike on. We got the 958. 50 on 10-second chart. That was strange. Demo check. Okay. Well, you know, sim trade is it's up to you. I mean, depend how much. If you consider, if you're serious, like truly fucking serious, you should consider sim trading exactly like it's real money, which very few people can do that. So it requires the same effort. But that's depend on you.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, my bad habit has been in the past always on sim. It's easier to just click around.
Reset. Yeah, reset and maybe it's not.
But you know, if you take it really seriously, you could do it on sim, not reset, and just focus on.
If you're really serious and you have that kind of discipline, that's already a very fucking good thing. Because that's what you need.
Well, and it'll tell you if you're ready or what,
Like,
you know.
If you're one of those guys that say, I need to limit my trading platform, like I wanna something that prevent my trading platform from taking, I don't know, more than 20 traders a day, daily limit loss and all that jazz. I'm not a huge fan of that stuff. Because if you don't have the fucking kind of discipline by yourself, or you cannot build that kind of discipline by yourself, and you need the fucking platform to stop you, how you can even imagine to do this job?
Yeah, well, it's like a regular profession. There's things that we just know we couldn't do unless you wanted to get fired. So you just don't do it. But for trading, it's a challenge for a lot of people.
If you want to be, I don't know, running marathon professionally or whatever, you don't need to hire someone to wake you up every morning and whatever it is, 6 o'clock and go training, right? You walk up and go training. Same with trading and training. Same with trading platform. You don't need the platform to tell you you're doing something stupid, you're taking too much trades, you're taking too much loss. You just stop. That's it. If you don't have that, it's a problem. Big one. Little by volume again.
Hmm.
Okay, some interesting Bible. I really would not mind a fucking spike above 39, 50, 40, let's say 40, just for convenience. And that will be the ideal spot for short to pile in if they have this intention today, which I don't know. But that would be the ideal play, let's call it this way. Like yesterday, the drop to 88, 89, whatever it was, that would be the same in reverse. Anyway, we got the spike. Spike is good, but still everything mode. Don't just. I hope you didn't. I'm talking to you, Timmy. I'm looking at you, Timmy. I hope you don't fucking try to trade what I'm saying because trust me, you will be destroyed.
Oh no. I trade. If I trade my system.
Okay. Which is not working, so why are you doing that? But okay. But this is the kind of play we were looking at, ideally in our little fantasy world with our imaginary friend. Spike at 40 and some selling picking up, which is
You
not
want-
happening at the moment. It's all still bold.
You need him to push back below 36, 35 area.
At least, yes, at least.
And we're still holding yesterday's high.
Yeah.
But this little spike there, I mean, didn't look too bad, but need people to pile in.
It's still everything both, and we come from a similar play on the other side to should add that the action at swing number 5 on the 10 second.
Yeah.
That was exactly the same play on the other side. So significant drive, significant volume, significant buying. So if you look at the 4 point, look at the difference in that buying compared to the previous shit. So you need a lot to turn this boat. It should be something significant, very quick, very important, which is again not happening. We got the spike 40, but we're missing the short inside at the moment. Could change any second.
Jesus Christ, what's going on outside?
Happen. Still going up. Nothing fucking changed. If I don't say anything, it's because there is nothing to add. Like it's still fucking same. Low little shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even volume is a little bit dried out.
Seems like the best thing so far was that swing 5.
Yes, absolutely.
And then now
I hope
it
that
just
was the trade you should not have taken, David. Demo
What's that?
trade. I hope 5 was your trade.
Oh, that was the thing that looked the most promising because it was we talked earlier about the area on the 25 reversal down there and got a nice flush that recovered quickly and held above. But I'm not doing anything real. Just, I found even on sim sometimes when you're trying to focus on where it needs to be, like your mind can kind of go blank if you do try and take any trades even on sim.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
why it
gets
takes a lot.
distracting.
I don't think that people. I think that at this point, everyone here got the concept. Someone better or someone worse, but pretty much everyone know what I'm. You're not surprised when I say something. Let's put it this way. It makes sense. But I don't think a lot of you have understood how fucking complicated it is to put this all together and how focused you need to be. But maybe it's just my impression. I'm usually right, but at least when it comes to trading.
Yeah. Well, and watching the open back and forth between a 3-point range, I think sometimes at least I'm sitting here thinking maybe I should be seeing something. But then there probably really wasn't anything. And then you get the nice move at swing 0.5, and then that's what you need to wait for, stuff like that. But if you took it, then you need to be out like at 35 area, and I guess you could hold some and see what happens. But other than that, I think it's challenging with these highs where we're at because it can just keep drifting up and up and up and up and until something significant happens. Then I don't know, you're just probably trying to pick the high to short.
Yep. Right.
Yeah, it's complicated because again, trying to mentally separate, like, are you really seeing something or are you just trying to click in
to build a narrative for yourself?
Yeah.
No, for sure, you're right, and you're still missing a lot. So
yeah,
imagine when everything that's decent trade. Davide, you should not do that, but That's not bad. You just keep in mind all that the volume transition, the other stuff. That's part of the entry. Yeah, you point out the failure. That's pretty much correct. It doesn't look bad. It's all pretty much correct. And taking profit, you got how many contract? 1, 2, 3 contract or 6 split in 2, something like that. 4 contract. Okay. So you still have 1. Right? Okay.
Yeah, I closed the last one at point number 5 because price
Okay,
reached.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. You just have 1, so it makes sense. So you should not do that. If you are doing that, don't do that. That's not bad. Consider the information you have. That's not bad. Now, notice one thing. You pretty much bought the point where you should start to consider we need to stay on top of that. Like
Okay.
you're buying exactly your green line, which is your buying position. That's exactly you bought pretty much on the eye of the little range, which is absolutely normal. That even when you will know exactly what you do, what you're looking for entry and taking profit, so the execution process at the beginning you will be fucking slow. So you will end up buying very high and selling very low, which is normal at the beginning. So keep in mind that you got lucky because you just really were really picky, so you were waiting for something really significant, and that was something really significant. So good job on that. But notice your entry is fucking 4 point almost 28, 29, 30, 31.
Yeah. It was not a flex, but just to understand
Okay,
how
okay.
much of the trade.
I understand,
was
and
flex.
and you read it properly. I mean, it's everything you said. That 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's all pretty much correct.
Mhm.
It's all correct. Just don't even think you can. You are close to do that.
Yeah, I know. I am very afraid about trading. I mean, I need to prove to myself that I can do this like 100, 1,000 times before do
Yeah.
things on real.
Because your reading again was totally correct, pretty much correct. Your entry was late, which is absolutely normal. You should not expect to fucking taking high and low at this point. So good job.
Thank you.
I don't know if you waited for that or was just luck. If you waited for that, like looking for the significant one, then yeah, really good job.
Well, it's like I'm not good
Keep
enough
in mind,
to spot,
if you do that something now, you will probably end in a little loss because you will just because you are executing a lot later than you should be, which is again absolutely normal at this point. You don't start as a fucking champion.
Yeah.
But
Thank
if
you
you're-
for the consideration.
Some buyers didn't get paid here, Luca. Oh.
Sorry?
Some buyers didn't get paid here
Yeah.
the last 2 minutes, 1 minute.
No, pretty much same shit. I mean, what you looking at specifically? No, I would say pretty much normal. The only thing is the big guy doing shit at 42 something. I will not say somebody is not getting paid at the moment. It's a little slow again, but still working good.
Need to get below this 39 area.
At least, yes. Just,
Someone did flash a little pressure at 41.75,
Yep.
but then disappeared.
41.75. Yeah.
Or 42 or
Um,
in that area
40.
somewhere. It was right
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
a tick above the high.
Yeah, there is
Kind of
some
like
a little bit of shorting pressure building up from 10:30, which is nice to see at least. But let's see this pullback. Definitely nothing frenzy on the short side now. I mean, nothing exciting. It's a slow piece for sure. So very careful with that.
yeah.
No pressure following price, no spike, no. Really not. But there is some selling pressure. That's the only comfort you have if you're looking for a short. Which again, that's not the card play at the moment. It's still everything low. It's just hard to take a position now. But we're coming from a couple of weeks of relentless fucking buying, so little pause is expected. There's probably people start to settle position closing and because of the data and all that jazz. And we have Jerome talking when? Tomorrow? Do I remember that correctly?
Tomorrow's Waller.
Waller, I always remember Jerome talking at some point. But maybe I dreamed about that.
Sunday, Powell, which that's before the
Sunday?
open. Yeah, that's weird. Why that shows Sunday?
That's strange.
Maybe in Asia or something.
Yeah, because I do remember I read his name on the Forex Factor calendar before putting everything into the bot, but I didn't realize when it was.
A little pressure right above price here now.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there is a decent, beside that, which just one tick cross price, there is a decent amount of selling pressure overall, but it's not triggering any fucking volume. Like, not at all. Those are the day when YouTube comes helpful.
Yeah.
Or maybe don't get me wrong, guys. It's tradable. Davide took the good one. Like I just missed. If you just miss that, there is not that much you can do. I mean, you can play those pullback. What he got like number 3 on his chart and that kind of jets. I'm not a huge fan of that. It's all tradable, but
Well, and I kind of what we were talking about earlier. I think that's part of it too. Is getting to the point where you realize what is really tradable and what's just noise, and waiting for something.
In reality, everything. No, I don't want to say everything. That's too much, but almost everything is tradable. It depends who you are, what's your risk profile, what you're looking at. Like, do you give a shit about trading the very small shit? Fine, you can do that. I personally don't like that. I found that horrible, so I try to stay away, but that's me. I find myself a lot in a lot of counter trend trade, but that's me. It's not. I find even myself when I catch direction, even fucking piling the boat, selling wife kidney and child organs and all that stuff. But that's me again. It's not the way you should trade necessarily. Interesting, that little guy at 43. I don't know. I've read your question. We can go through that privately or here or whatever you want, whatever you're comfortable. Don't be strange. Same for me. Slowly, because that's a lot of stuff. Yeah. And I'm not sure about number two. Number two, it require a lot of testing. That's something I'm not sure how to answer that yet. The other, yes, we can go anytime. Here privately is fine for me. Number two, I guess I can say that is what it was asking. So there is a little way to chopping the data differently for stocks. That require a lot of testing, little bit of thinking, little bit of experience that I don't consider myself to have. Okay, I'm playing with chopping. We have the using DV. You mean delta volume, the split? Okay, instead of total. Okay. That's I should look at some chart in the future, but keep in mind that requires a shit ton of testing, like a really lot of testing. But if you see the same stuff with the other chart, that's great. I mean, keep in mind. Yeah. Just keep in mind, it's not about the chart. Every chart is fine as long as you know what you're looking at. So chart is just a way to portray some data, like it is correctly saying. Yeah. That's the horrible thing about the stock. Its granularity is it's almost completely lost. Yeah, that's the day one problem. And the real horrible thing is that from what the few charts I've seen, some days it's working great, some days you really lose everything on those charts. Like the granularity is gone. But let's talk about what we can talk for sure, which is pullback against Tundra trades. Yeah. Without the symptom, yeah, sure. So how to distinguish pullback from Tundra trades? How to take pullback instead of Tundra trades? I will use yes because that's what I'm comfortable with. That's what I'm watching with. That's what's clear, really clear for me. And I think it's more clear than anything else. Instead of trying to use some chart I'm not really familiar with. So how to distinguish pullback from Tundra entry? So first, you need direction. No, that was not my question. Was about me. Okay, let me reread that. The pullbacks and non-Tundra entries. So what that mean? Okay, let's pretend that was the question. Then we will answer the real question, whatever it is. How to take pullbacks instead of Tundra entries? Assuming direction. Doing the stupid exercise we were doing. So you start with 25, 4 point, 10 point. Sometimes you got a clear direction, sometimes you don't, and you are in a range. So you play a range. You play direction when you got direction. It's stupid simple like that. So the question is, how do we find if we are in direction or we are in a stupid fucking range? And guess what? Are we on top of something? Are we stay on top of something? Are we below something? Are we stay below something? That was the point of the entire exercise since day one, trying to find direction and play safe on the pullback side eventually. And the pullback side is what we need to stay on top, what we need to stay below. That's it. Stupid simple. I know, very disappointing. You wanted the secret, you wanted the trick. There is none.
Dang it.
And paying attention to the little, volume event that happened, like we got the 5 on the 10-second chart. That's it. Tundra entry, generally speaking, those are my least favorite kind of trade. They work really well in a super fucking directional environment. So pretty much a Tundra entry is, yes, correct. Pretty much a Tundra entry is a little pullback, like so fucking miserable little pullback. That's it. That's a Tundra entry. Pretty much. It works in a very directional environment. But you will end up pretty much selling the fucking low and buying the fucking high. Or very close, because still a little pullback. Yeah.
But I kind of what you're saying, like each line drawn to where we need to be above or below something, we're just holding above, keep holding above.
Yeah.
So, but like you said, it's so stupid and simple. We just have to believe that that's actually what's happening.
Yeah. It's stupid. It's simple, but that's what it is. Sometimes it's really fucking clear and maybe slow. Like yesterday, it really didn't pretty much broke anything on the way down. It was just up, slow, fucking.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like today, which is still pretty much clear. But if you miss 5, it's you pretty much have yesterday high as an entry for long, or that pullback at 39. That's 38 something, 39 actually. That's it. Not very much space for anything else. But market condition. So that's how to play Tundra trade with or better pullback, because again, Tundra trade is a little pullback and a little shitty pullback in a very directional environment that works. That's it. Nothing else. Now the real question, which I don't know what it is. Pullback and non-Tundra entries. Pullback and non-Tundra entries.
Someone's making some noise at 44.
Yep. And it's not triggering fucking nothing on the set side. It's all we are here, please.
But you said something earlier. So there are some times where it feels like it's not clear at all. And then I guess if it's not clear, then sometimes I feel like maybe I just don't see it right, or maybe it's just not clear enough to see.
Take for example the action that we got after in the between 4 swing on the 10 seconds swing number 4 and all that little rangey stuff. Like if you don't want to play that, which is totally fine, just sit on your end and wait for something significant, like it's happening on 5.
Yeah.
Don't force yourself to take a trade, even in a bad day, which like that I consider this a bad day because I didn't do that much until now. At least you will have your opportunity.
Yeah.
I need to figure out what was the Arnold question, the real one. Pullbacks and non-tundra entries. I don't know about that. It will write something at some point, chopping up the data differently for stock. That's, we say that. Number 3, grading and selectivity of opportunities. Okay, that's something really, really, really important. And I think we will talk about that for a lot, not just today, because that's huge. So yes, everything is tied. You won't realize, you probably already realize everything is tied. It's all the same stuff, different, grading, different composition. If you're watching price, volume, depth, or whatever, but it's pretty much the same behavior, the same quote unquote mindset applied to everything. But so about the grading, there is something I like a lot about that. Like you want to be selective, you want to be picky, you don't want to trade every single bullshit, you don't want to build a narrative for yourself, fall into the narrative, like seeing shit that is not happening. That's great. You want rules. That's great. I am afraid, and I can be totally, completely 100% wrong about that, that there is a little bit of programming mindset into that. Like you still want to see something so clear that you can program it. No. Okay. If that's our guess, that's okay, because there is a really difference between the two things. Like I want to have rules. I don't want to be, yeah. If there is nothing like that, that's great. Yeah. Intraday trading, it will never be fun. Yeah. Correct. If there is nothing like that behind it, okay. Grading and selectivity opportunities. A lot comes from, and that's why I was suggesting you to dedicate a couple of weeks or a week at least, let's say a couple of weeks, 2 years, because a lot of that is about screen time. Of course, not just screen time, but screen time looking at the proper stuff in a proper way. That will build you the basket of experience you need to understand what's what. There is something personal about that. Like, what kind of trading do you like? Like, you fine with the fucking range? You probably not. I'm not. You want to be picky? Yes, you probably want to be more picky than me. So you need something more. How to build a sort of chart, quote unquote, with rules about that. If I have to give you one answer, like a gun in my fucking head, and I'll give me a fucking answer, one I can execute. Wait for a volume event. Wait for something. But don't trick yourself like someone. It doesn't mean you cannot trade the other stuff. But if you, not going early without any direction, without any background. Yes, it's always a problem. Yes. But if you got direction right and you are in the right direction, to be honest, you can even take a trade late. Like Timmy had that trade yesterday, which he should not have, but fuck that for now. He got direction right. It was a very risky entry, and that paid. When you're right, you can be even wrong with your entry. That's why I'm so focused on direction, because I know that at some point you will start to execute. Probably a lot later on, but you will be a lot fucking late. It's normal. Not early, but late usually. But hopefully that's better be late than early. But if you're in direction, it's safe. It's still good. So let's watch the S today. Like what kind of opportunity you have? You have pretty much one. Yeah, the nuances will kill you. Like when you look at all the stuff that you need to take into consideration for an entry, it will like literally you will take trade like the one that David took on the way up, with executing like 20 seconds later than the actual trade should be, which is totally fine at the beginning. But that's why you need to focus on the simple shit now, because that need to be so fucking freaking fast and not thinking about that, not watching like Timmy, the fucking gamma, the other chart and the volume profile. And we like to give you shit, Timmy. And on all that jets. You need to be really on the spot. It's really, sometimes it's really a couple of seconds, even less. We're breaking that 45, nice. So yeah, the nuances are so important. But let's look at the S today. If you let's say you want to trade the S today, the only trade you had is the one that Davide would have took. That's it. That's for you. Or you want to play still safe, but even more safer. Let's call this way. The only other trade you have is the pullback at 39. That's it. That's the only trade I can see, quote unquote, safe. Makes some sense.
I think too, sometimes my misconception was always, even though it feels too high, trying to nail the bottom is more riskier, of course, than waiting for some direction and then a pullback. Because you kind of already know doing this exercise that if that 39's holding and you take that trade, well, okay, it's probably a good trade. But if that fails, then you got a lot more room lower. And, you don't want to be wrong, or where to be wrong sooner than, if that makes sense.
The problem, what's the problem with all that? It's, we always say that, yes, it's a fat boat, and to turn up or down, or left or right, a fat boat, there are only two ways. It moves slowly or it sunk in direction. That's it. So the kind of action you have at 5, it's a sort of V-shaped reversal, so sort of sunk very fast. One direction and immediately pick up. And you see, you don't get pullback there. Like, you don't get that kind of pullback. And most of the time, with that kind of action, you will not get a pullback. I mean, you will get a pullback, but way, way, way later on. Way later on. Like the first pullback you get was really You could have risked a little bit at 33. That's a very risky trade that you could take only after that kind of action, but it's still fucking risky. You still need to be on your fucking toe, meaning we're talking about a couple of ticks stop here. No more than that, 3 ticks. 1 point if you're Warren Buffett. No more than that. The break of the yesterday high, that was doable too, but same concept. A couple of tick stops, you really need to be on your fucking toe. Even on that. And the most safer one is 38. And we are 48 now. 39. Yeah, it's 38.50, 38.75. So let's say 39. And we are pretty much at 48 now. That's 10-point trade. It's not that bad. 10 point on yes full contract. It's not that bad. It's monthly average price for a lot of country with one contract. Interesting that stuff that's popping up now at 48, 49, 50. That was already there. And on the way down too. But doing that on stock, it will require a lot of. My problem is you need to switch from so many charts, so many stuff that I don't know.
I was on mute this whole time. Jesus.
Yes, you were on mute this whole time.
Wow.
I know the feeling.
Well, I'm not going to repeat everything, but so going back to some of the questions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I wasn't hearing you. I don't know if you were talking, so I don't know if you were crying desperation. If you've spoken alone for 10 minutes or.
And apparently all my recordings are going to be also muted because I had mute on the headset, but going back to the first or some of the prior questions that you had.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think about which one to tackle.
You sound really still really fucked.
Yeah, kids, man.
Yeah.
Need the kids to sleep and get healthy. Pullbacks, tundra entries, directional days. Yeah, so the classification. Yeah. So to summarize it, when I wait for the pullbacks, like the way that you're describing, it is directional. And of course, when I'm waiting or when I'm taking the pullbacks, it's usually already a reversal. So I'm reading the non-tundra entries, or non-tundra scenarios, I should say, not entries, but just scenarios, incorrectly, I think. And that will come with experience and being wrong and all of that, but and building out, a set of experiences where you get your hands smacked enough times to learn to not do it, which is, I think, what trading is in general.
You need to do the stupid. We need to stay on top of this. We need to stay below that exercise. That's what you need to do.
Yep, all day long.
And I'm afraid you need to do that on yes, or just at least one other instrument, not picking up different instrument.
I'm afraid of that too.
Because when you got that kind of stuff sort of coded into your brain, you can maybe do that on multiple stuff quickly without spending time and decision and blah blah blah. But at the beginning, it should be one, I think.
Yeah. Regarding that, no, I'm not trying to. I'm very, very careful about making sure that my algorithmic biases in programming does not affect my discretionary. I'm very very aware of that and make sure that I don't think those two.
That's very important. That's really because again, maybe it's just my experience, but people with that mindset
correct.
smartest, but they are the worst trader ever because they're looking for 0 and 1, and that's
I am
will never
definitely
happen.
not the smartest, and I'm definitely not looking for any sort of marriage between the two. And algorithmic trading has its time and place, and that's
Yeah, for sure,
not
for
for
sure.
my discretionary trading.
Yeah,
The reason that I don't do 100% algorithmic trading is because there are opportunities and edge available on the discretionary side. So yeah, I appreciate that concern, and I feel like that's not what the
Great.
what the issue is.
We have a couple of other people working with code here, so that's true for that too, for them too.
It's an easy pitfall to fall into for sure.
Yeah.
And I will say I probably have fallen into it maybe 10, 15 years ago, but not anymore. It's too many times to. You make the mistake enough times, you learn, basically.
Great.
What was the next one that you brought up? So here's the thing. When I'm waiting for the pullbacks, I'm missing the active buyer or seller. And so it's more about me using the wrong trade for the wrong situation. And I need to be flexible enough to say, hey, this is an active, we might be directional, we might be in a chop type of market day, but if there's an active buyer or seller working, I need to forget about the pullback and I need to just trade what's happening.
Yep.
And you've been verbalizing those are Tundra entries. So I've been trying to really be patient and wait for the pullbacks, and I think I'm doing it wrong. I'm trying to make everything be a pullback, and that's not how this works. So I'm finding a lot more success when
you're probably a little bit biased because that's the kind of environment we had on ES in the last couple of weeks. Low liquidity, high liquidity, doesn't matter. It was just straight in one fucking direction, and I. So that's probably influencing you for listening to us all the time.
Maybe
you don't get that in stock that much.
But when I see a buyer working or a seller working, let's just say buyer working because everything's been long oriented the last few days. I need to just spot that buyer, and when I see them, I need to do the Tundra entry and not be concerned about waiting for the pullback and just get out if I'm wrong and get it back in again. I have a lot more success reading the tape doing the Tundra entry than waiting for the pullback.
That's fine. Just don't. It's like taking the trade on ES around 30. Your Tundra entry on ES today, it's pretty much 34 or 35 after 10:08 for New York time, 10:08, 10:09. That's your Tundra entry. So after swing number 5. 33 or 34, that's your Tundra entry. If you take something like that, you really need to be, you want a Tundra exit too, a Tundra stop.
I need a Tundra stop with a Tundra entry, correct.
Yeah. Because I've seen you too many times holding that shit for a while.
Correct. I need to really let them.
If it has to be a Tundra thing, it has to be a Tundra everything.
Correct. So I think for me, it's really just about accepting that. Now the time so here's the other side of the other edge of that sword is, not every minute and tick of every day is a directional market. So you can really chop yourself to bits trying Tundra entries and stops, even the tighter stops, over and over and over and over. So you really need to I had put some sticky notes up on my monitor saying, don't go early and wait for proof. Because when I'm not early and I see the buyer and I'm waiting for proof, and even though I'm late, like I'm not in at the bottom of the move, let's say if it's an up move, when there's a serious buyer, I guess it depends on what you mean by late and early, because you can be late and wrong if you join in at the very, very end. And how do you define the end versus the beginning? But you don't need to catch the very bottom in order to get meat of the move. And I need to really remind myself that on these Tundra type entries, I need to make sure I'm not going in early. I need to wait for them to show their cards. I need to wait for that buyer to start doing their, sloppy, aggressive buying and prove themselves. And that kind of goes into the selectivity thing that I was talking about as well.
Yeah. And if you're taking Tundra trades, that's a scalping process pretty much, one-on-one. So you cannot have one trade like that every day. You need to have, I don't want to say a number because that's stupid,
sure.
But more trades.
Right.
If it's a scalping process, you cannot apply that process one time. That's
but also, you can't be trying to scalp and Tundra trade in a chop situation where there is not an active person moving. So that's where I'm kind of trying to juggle what I already have and what I'm, what I already know and what I already can identify with what you're teaching us here, how to apply all that.
Yeah, my advice is always the same. Keep in mind you're making things way much difficult for yourself now, because first you are actually trading it. Second, you're actually trading on stocks, which is the general process. It works, but the data, different visualization, different stuff, and a lot of stocks instead of one single thing to watch. So you're making very, very much too complicated, more complicated than the other people are having around. My advice is always the same. Apply the process without trading at the beginning on something. Yeah, that's the fucking directional kind of things, and that fucking thing, that chart is fucking horrible. Delta, that's Delta 10,000.
Yeah. So
still not great.
You see the 10:45 a.m. 33,000 up bar on the Delta, the big white one.
Yes, clearly. Yes.
That was like you said, if there's one thing that you need to look for, it's volume. And that's the trigger. That's when I started watching. And so it kept climbing. I climbed up to the 99 swing point, and it pulled back to the 100 swing point that I got in at the 100 on that pullback. So, and then, she's still going. She's still going. So
and from what it's worth, I don't put my hands on fire on that depth because I really don't know what's that. But it looks you have a target. You have something calling out price. Even at 11 o'clock, 11.7, 11.9, you got both sides getting in, which in a directional day, it's a confirmation for long, sort of, a target and a pressure. No, it's nice.
Interesting how much it moves up on this view with bid side. Like we're just climbing up with so much bid side delta. Like the buyer's just stepping up, clearing the offer, stepping up, clearing the offer. Rinse and repeat.
Probably still too much higher time, delta range, whatever frame, but
So that's my that is my. Let me show you what it looked like at the entry.
There was a good little thing there on ES, just a side note.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was distracted. Yeah, you're right.
So nice short opportunity up there, and then fell below 46, 45.
11, 11 or 8 or 9. Yes, that was a short. Damn it. Thank God I have the big card. Go ahead, Daryl. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm marking up
Oh, okay.
But I was just with those stupid lines. I have to say it's stupid because I have to remind myself how I need to dumb it down. But it was a lot clearer that we're not holding above something and we're holding below things now. So what's the current direction? I mean, short term, now look at what it's doing. So I guess it just needs to be dumbed down.
Let me see the chart. That's open in browser, please. Thank you. Discord. What I'm looking at the arrow.
that was my entry.
Okay, 9.
This was my exit on that. What I wanted to show you was the different time or the different chopping up of, instead of using number of trades, using the delta volume
The delta, yeah.
on these stocks appears to have at least it's more consumable for my brain. I don't know if that makes sense. Like,
No, it makes sense.
and the granularity on that 5,000 delta volume is really interesting.
Probably you should look at something even lower than 10,000, but
I'm looking at, you see the 5,000 right below it?
I see. Yeah, that's a little more consistent. I still able to wrap my mind about that because there is. I don't want to speak about that because I don't want to speak about something that I don't know for sure. Not used to do that, but there are some reason why those the number of trades are so fucked, and that's a lot to do with granularity, like you say.
So I'm seeing different things pop out on these various delta volume charts. I've been watching those for a couple of days, and it's just more consumable for my brain for whatever reason. To see it in those bits chopped up like that.
Gotcha. So your entry was at 100. Okay. 100. Yeah, that's a nice trade. But the question that I have for you is: there is something that prevented you to taking the trade at I want to say 80. No, what's the number? I cannot read that.
At 98.
98. Yeah.
What time is
because
that?
you already established some direction there, so
42. Yeah, that comes back to selectivity. Yes, that comes back to selectivity. There was no trigger. That and that's where the importance of that big, because the big volume kicked in after 98. You see what I mean? Like, it's just.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I see what you mean.
And this is what I was, I guess, trying to ask about is, you got to find that balance between selectivity and also trade infrequency. And so I think I can get into trouble with too many paper cuts, not waiting for something to happen, like not waiting for the proof first. and the proof was that big volume bar, and then I could see it on the tape. The buyer was in there, and so then it's like, okay, well, this is worth putting the risk on. But at 98, sure, after the fact, it looks like a great entry. But during the time, what was there was no indication of there being a buyer anywhere there, like not on the tape, not on the charts that you're sharing with us.
Yeah.
There was nothing there, so that's why I didn't touch it there.
Those charts, we need to forget about that for stock, probably. That's not, I will not consider.
Do you see
that.
something at 98 that I'm not seeing?
I see that you should have something. If the chart was correct, you should have something that there. It's no fucking way you got that volume there. Split in that way.
At 98?
So yes, for sure. You still, that's a better view than the number of trades, but it's far from being something that I would consider correct.
Here's 98 on both of those charts.
Let's see.
That's the actual. Pulls and lows.
Opening browser.
But you see, there's nothing remarkable about that spot there.
Yeah.
At least that I can see.
Yeah, but I could be, again, completely wrong here because I'm talking about uncharted territory for me, but there is no fucking way that volume is correct. Because if that volume is, what I mean by correct, I mean you haven't lost a shit ton of stuff in granularity. That's what I mean by correct. I'm not saying the data is wrong. Because if that 98 stuff was, let's say, correct, you should have seen something amazing on the day. Like fucking brutal. Which was probably not happening, which means still the data is split in a bad way.
Yeah, I did not see something amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you're not seeing stuff. I think it's just split horribly wrong. Or the data is wrong at this point. I don't know. I don't think so.
Why do you think? Why do you think 98's wrong?
Not 98, just the couple of 98 and the couple of bar. 98 could be fine, like the little quote unquote pin bar. I guess that's called a pin bar. Maybe it's correct. It's all right, but the fucking buying after the two bars after that, you should have seen something so crazy on the tape on those one. If that volume and the granularity was correct.
You're talking about before the 33, right?
Before the 33, I'm talking about. Yeah.
You're talking about before the big 33 up bar.
33. I'm looking at the last chart. I'm talking about 98 swing number.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the one bar after that is an up.
Yeah, the two bar after that are one up bar and one little pin bar kind of stuff. I don't know.
Now, I'll just ask on those charts.
And even if you look, it's more clear on the. Sorry, I couldn't get a second chat. The 5000 delta on AMD, like the, I guess that's still 98. The little
yes,
pin
that's
bar.
yes. Those are synced. Yep.
I'm looking specifically at that.
So 98 is that dip down into the
yes,
green
and
zone.
if you look those three little bar, like the, I'm looking specifically at that.
You're looking at this, if I'm not mistaken, right here. Those three, right after it dips down in.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What about them?
Yes. All the fucking selling volume, you should see if that granularity. I'm looking at the selling one, not the buy one.
Oh, the three selling ones before those three. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the pin bar and the two following, pretty much.
Yes, and we went up on
Yes.
price went up on those.
There are
So
two.
someone was bidding up.
Yeah, there are two things that happened there. First, someone was fucking eating everything on the tape like
Mhm.
furiously, and I don't think you can miss that. Honestly, I don't know if you're watching, but it should be something pretty much clear on the fucking significant. Or that we're still losing a lot of stuff in granularity.
I mean, let's go down to 2000 delta volume bar.
Because what I mean by granularity, I mean,
Okay, here's the same thing on a 2000 delta volume.
like look at still on the 5000. Look at the first bar after the pin bar, like the
Yep.
first.
Yep.
We didn't print one contract on the offer, pretty much. Ask bid volume difference bar. I don't see even a fucking week. That I don't understand.
That's not necessarily true because we don't know what printed on the offer. We just know that the delta volume didn't hit negative 5,000 until that was complete, right? So something could have printed on the offer, but then more printed on the bid. You know what I mean?
You should have a week there if something was printed there. You don't have anything.
That would be if it was number of trades, but not for delta volume. Like, think about it. If
Delta volume should, when you have a week, I'm talking about the ask bid volume difference bar.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. But think about this scenario. Someone hits bid for 4,000 and then lifts offer for 100 shares, then hits bid for another 1,000. If you have that, the delta volume will never show positive because it's always delta volume negative.
Okay, I got you.
You see what I'm saying? Even though the offer got lifted, you're not going to see that over there.
But look at the number of bars you have with that same situation.
Yes,
even in
yes.
your screenshot.
Absolutely. That buyer was bidding up and aggressively bidding up. Yes, I agree. Getting hit and bidding up. Getting hit and bidding up. Yep.
But it should be so fucking in your face.
And it's not. It's not
on
on
the
this.
tape. On the tape, it should be so fucking in your face. Like, that's how much time is that? 41, 35, 42. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
Not
it should
even?
be. Yeah, but it's enough. You should be able to see that very fucking clearly.
Okay, here's another view. A 50 trade chart of the same spot. So now we're talking about trade. So here you should have delta volume go positive even if.
Yes, let's see that. Okay, 98 low, same stuff. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me.
The same spot, the right after the drop out into the green zone.
Yeah.
The stay above zone.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Why?
There is no fucking way that all that volume was real, or you're losing granularity, or I don't know. I'll probably
Go even further down.
No, I don't think so. I need to spend some time on that chart, on that kind of stuff, personally. Because or the volume is wrong, or I'm missing something so stupid that I don't understand. I'm not geared toward I'm missing something at the moment. There is no fucking way you cannot see that on the tape. So like exploding. I'm not talking about little nuances. That should explode in your fucking face.
That definitely did not.
Exactly. That's
It's
the
a
point.
Sierra problem,
Sorry.
I bet.
I'm starting to think that there's something wrong with the data because there's no fucking way.
Why do you say there's no way? I guess that part I don't get.
Look at the number of trade. Like you printed nothing on exactly the same spot. So you don't have the pin bar, but let's consider the first buying bar there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's bar. I can see some. Let's say it's okay. Look at the second one. I'm talking about the 50 trade.
Okay.
First, there is a little bump into the ask bid volume, different bus. That's okay. Speed, maybe you could see, but you didn't print a single fucking thing on the ask.
Offer. Yep. On the ask. Yep.
There is no fucking. I don't. It's and if you look at the kind of situation is happening a lot of time. Beside the point
long.
that we're.
All day
and
long.
I don't understand that. Like, is that fucking thing so liquid? Like, I don't think so. Or it's a fucking serial problem, or the data problem somewhere. I don't know.
Interesting. I'm down to a tick chart here looking at it.
Yeah.
There is nothing standing out. There's nothing
Chad,
remarkable.
if you have something to add, please go ahead, because I'm thinking, yeah.
Oh,
Chad is saying, fucking hell, I'm trading ES, just stupid bastard stuff.
Sorry.
Well, no.
It's okay. It's okay.
I originally misunderstood what you were trying to figure out on that chart, and then I saw that you did have kind of the exercise going on, and then my question was going to be like, we may not know yet what you would need to see to take those trades, since we're mainly just focusing on where price needs to be. But on ES, I think it does some pretty clear things in those areas at times, which I don't know if that happens on the stocks or not.
What kind of things do you see happen in those areas at that type of time?
I was trying to. I used to have a collection of these, but say like at swing point 5 earlier. I can send you a little animated thing, but when you watch on the DOM and the tape at what happens at that point in time, it's kind of like a flurry of activity with like a impulse low, or
like
high.
A flush.
Yeah, flush.
Yeah.
And then you can kind of see it's a tapered flush a lot of times. And then the snap
meaning it gets
back.
bought back up is what you mean?
Yeah, and usually like at the low, the low was 28.25. There was only 12 sold into the low. So it kind of holds a little area. Unfortunately, the MBO data doesn't show up on replay, but when you look at the market depth and what was going on there, and then it's like someone took a whip and went into the price, and then it snapped back. But they kind of hold it there for a second, and then it does its thing, quick recovery, and then it just takes off. You don't always see that. Sometimes, like yesterday down at that 88 area, that's what I was watching for, but it just meandered there and didn't really do anything. So sometimes that happens, but more often than not, at these good lows or highs, you'll see this certain activity that occurs.
Yes,
it's hard to put into words.
No, he's looking something behind the curve, but it's like
what's that?
What we do.
Yeah,
you're looking at something way more advanced, but you are pretty much correct.
Yeah, and so I think that's kind of what Lucas was talking about with watching one thing for so long. It kind of has a characteristic or behavior,
personality,
certain things, personality, which people.
I would not say personality. I would say it would make it easier to solve this thing and to see this thing even on other instrument, because yes, they will be slightly different, but mechanics are truly the same.
Yeah,
truly the fucking same. But still, I don't. Yeah, you switch to ES, Aaron, for a couple of weeks. And then meanwhile, we need to figure out the data things there because
Well, and I
that's
guess the
50 trade.
I guess the point on that would be if you
That-
switch to ES and
That's
you
no
were
fucking way.
sorry. If
No,
you
no,
were
go ahead,
able,
go ahead.
no, what I was going to say is, if you watch only ES for a few weeks and start seeing some of this stuff, then you would potentially know what you need to translate over and see on the stock side. Where going the other way around
You give me a
might
lot of
be
credit, Chad.
well, I'm just saying, like, if the focus is ES and the character and this exercise, and then you're able to start seeing like, oh, here's what happens in these certain areas at times, and kind of the characteristics of that. Then it seems like that would be easier to translate over and say, oh, okay, so on the stock side, here's the parameters that need to line up.
Exactly what I was suggesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly that. At least I can be sure what we're talking about. Yeah, yeah, and we can be sure we're talking about something correct. That's important. And all the jets like
I'm gonna try to aim for July.
know that the volume is correct and everything is fine. On those one, I really don't know. Maybe
That now, if you're talking.
oh, I dropped a connection. Let me reset. Okay, stupid Discord drop. But for a second, no, I was just looking at the 50. No, there's no fucking way that's correct. I don't know what's going on. What's what.
One
But there
possibility
is no
was
way
it could have been a late print, so the price could have come in and been reported. Those trades could have
Yeah.
been reported later.
Yeah,
and
but
then
at
that
this
wick gets
point,
drawn.
you got yeah, but you got late print on every single fucking bar at that point. Like it's not just that.
Yeah, okay.
Like
That's
I'm
fair. Okay,
looking
yeah,
at a
yeah.
lot of this situation at this point. It's not a single, a heavy volume, like super crazy kind of situation, open, close, or that kind of stuff. Like that I can understand, but I'm looking at that a lot of time. I can see other 20 bar that make no sense. Just in that screenshot, it's not.
I've taken up enough time with this. Crap. Let me go back.
No, so it's okay. It's something that at some point need to be figured out because if you were, that's wrong. I'm pretty sure that's at this point that's fucking wrong, or I'm really stupid and I'm really missing something. Something. Yeah, I should go with tick chart and volume and 1 second chart. If tick chart doesn't print anything that you can read and see on that. Because
Yeah,
there is not that much
on the
volume.
tick chart. There's nothing there. There's nothing like you
there
were
is no
describing.
much volume. It's not crazy price action. Something. No. Oh my God, it's 10,000 contract every millisecond. No, it's not like that.
Right.
So it doesn't make any fucking sense.
that on ES, that selling that came down into swing point 7 and the activity there, it looked like the selling kind of died off. They tried again at 39.25 area, and then there was a nice pickup there buying wise. But 41.75, it kind of held that area, so that looked like a continuation up to 44 and then on up, and then now it's puking back down, but kind of works its way back up and then back down, and then
Right. Now I need to say 41, which we already printed pretty much. And you got a little selling pressure just on the up bar. That's interesting on 10 seconds.
really now with putting in a high of 49, there's currently no continuation to the upside below, well, kind of this 46, 47 area. But I notice, we all also need to really break below 39 or lower to have any downside. So it's kind of like a new little range area established.
Yeah. Yes. Even that. I mean, if you look at zoom out the 4-pointer.
Yeah.
We can even stay below that.
Yeah. It's gotten way. It would have to do quite a bit to, like you said, turn it around.
Yeah. To turn the boat, it takes a lot. I don't mind the selling. I missed that because I was distracted. But the selling from 45, that's really, really fucking good.
Yeah, and then you could, doing the exercise, marking the areas, you could see kind of continuation till we got down below 40, and then it, it was kind of in a little holding pattern there, and then
was good on the both side. Both swing number 6 and 8. Those were decent boats. I like the first one a little more than the pullback, but that's good. See if we got 45-ish again. That's very far, but that would be nice. 44, 50, 55, 45, sorry.
what I always have to remind myself is you're not going to miss out anything. There's always opportunity.
Yes.
It feels like, oh crap, I missed, if you missed that long earlier, and then you missed the short. I mean, if you wait long enough, there's usually always something. But unfortunately, a lot of times it feels like I would always jump the gun because I was afraid I was going to miss something when there was nothing to miss. Joys of trading.
Yeah, we cannot really complain about how many opportunities you got every single fucking day, to be honest. Even when it's boring.
Yeah.
No, we have enough to play with for sure. Let's see this 45 again. If we hit that 44, 50, 45, that would be nice. Years. Yeah, interesting volume on that selling down, but still don't see any fucking crazy stuff. I'll go selling the shit out of it. It's just hopefully I'm wrong. Master speak. Fuck you, master.
Oh, yep. And then Bostic.
Bostic is a nasty one.
I don't know. I've never listened to any of them speak. But
I don't need to. And then there is a huge difference. If you want to go into that, it's a fucking mess. Because there's a difference if it's reading something or is taking question from someone that, and who is that someone that is making questions, journalists or people from average public or whatever. Because when there is question involved, that's when the little dangerous stuff can come. Because when they are reading, usually there is fucking nothing to.
Scripted.
Yeah, it's a safe environment. Please find me again. Still 41. Nothing changed. Need to stay below or above in case you're looking 45. Boring stuff.
Yeah.
Boring.
Not to jump ahead, but what's the next thing after
Depth.
this exercise to cover?
Depth. Volume, a little more focus on volume and then depth. Global depth, pressure, limit order book, that kind of stuff.
Cool.
That kind of stuff.
That 4-pointer looks like it wants to break to the top, right?
It's still all bull. I mean, overall, that's what it looks like. We got some interesting selling volume from 10:57, 11. That was it. No continuation, no real nothing. Pretty much looking at this 44, 45 area to see what's what until we print something above or below that. I don't know. So
It's kind of like earlier where we had that little range and then
pretty much.
and we were stuck in 39 to 41. And then now we're
Pretty much.
holding above that, but needs to get back over something.
That is correct. I'll take a break. I'll jump on later, maybe. Unless it will become fucking horrible and boring.
All right.
Alrighty.
Thanks.
Catch you later.
Have a good one.
Don't do stupid shit. Have fun.
And we fuck the salads here and go up.
what I got in front of me is what we call a 24-port switch. Now, these switches are based on a standard called Ethernet, which we've been using for ages and ages. Ethernet is absolutely amazing. It works incredibly well. Our Ethernet frames send data back and forth in our LAN using the MAC addresses. Everything's fantastic, as long as you keep it relatively small. So if I'm using this switch, the most computers I could put on one local area network would be 24. Well, there actually is a way to interconnect switches, but the Ethernet standard itself says you will never ever put more than 1,024 computers on a single switch or a bunch of daisy-chained switches. There's reasons for that. First of all, when you're looking at a local area network, there's a lot of stuff going on. Let me show you what I mean. On this particular local area network, I've got two computers, A and B. Now, these two computers are hooked to 3 different switches. Now, because these switches are daisy-chained together, they pretty much act like one single switch. Now, this works beautifully well until we start adding lots more computers. As we add more and more computers into this, and I'm saying way before we get to that 1,024 computer limit, even with the switches making point-to-point connections, the system becomes horribly overloaded. Heaven forbid you would actually want to connect more than even 1,024. What if you wanted to connect potentially millions of computers together, both wired and wirelessly, and make this thing called the internet? Well, the problem is Ethernet is not going to hack it. The concept of a LAN works fantastic for up to, according to Ethernet standards, up to 1,024, but in reality, 30 to 40 computers is pretty much the standard maximum size for a local area network. We have to come up with some totally different system here. We have to use a system that bases addressing not on the MAC address, but on some other type of address that allows us to, instead of having this one massive LAN, let's make hundreds, thousands, potentially millions of little LANs, and then interconnect them together through something called a wide area network. So let's talk about this a little bit. So here's a 4-computer local area network connected to one switch. I don't care that it's 4, it could be 20 computers for all I care about. In fact, instead of drawing all this out, would it be okay if I just drew a circle? And this circle identifies a local area network. So we're going to call it LAN 1. If we have lots of LANs, and we want these guys to be able to intercommunicate, we've got to come up with an addressing system that allows one computer over here in LAN 1 to be able to connect to this local area network over here in LAN 4. So we need some kind of traffic cop, some kind of magic box in the middle that will be connected to our switches, but on the same token, it will be able to go, this piece of data needs to go to LAN 3, or this piece of data needs to go to LAN 2. So we need some kind of magic box. I've got one of these magic boxes right here in front of me. This magic box here in my right hand is called a router. Now, just for comparison's sake, here in my left hand, I have just a regular good old 5-port switch, nothing special here. But by looking at them, they seem to be the same, but they are extremely different. Routers are sensitive to different local area networks and can differentiate not between just individual computers, but different LANs. The trick here is that the MAC address allows us to get information to different computers within a LAN, but I need a different numbering system, something else that allows me to identify local area networks. And that's where we get into what we call logical addressing. So if a MAC address is a physical address because it's burned in at the factory, a logical address is something when I buy a computer and I put it in my LAN, I have to type something in to go, this computer is a member of my local area network, and if somebody else goes to the same store and goes to a different LAN, they can type in something to identify their local area network. So there's a value that we type in that identifies us as a particular LAN. Let's talk about how we would go about identifying it. Keep in mind, this is a software function that we can enter, so we can type in anything as long as everybody all across the earth agrees on it. Let's brainstorm. So just for fun, I'm going to call this LAN LAN A, this one LAN B, this one LAN C, and this one LAN D. The cool part is that we would then go into the router. Let's zoom in on that router a little bit. And just as a switch will memorize the MAC address for individual computers. This router will know this logical address, and we actually will have to punch this into the router. There's a way to configure this. And we're going to tell the router, all the computers plugged in here are going to be part of LAN B. All the computers plugged in here are part of LAN A. All the computers are here are LAN D. All these go into LAN C. So let's draw a local area network that most of us know and love. Here's the local area network in our house. So there's usually some box. Now, I know a lot of people call this a router, but for right now, let's pretend like it's a switch. So I've got a laptop over here, and maybe this switch even does wireless stuff. So here's a smartphone over here, and here's your Google Home hockey puck, whatever it is. All of these computers collectively are part of your local area network. The type of logical addressing we use is called IP addressing, and they look something like this. So here's just one example. 192.168.4. Let's just say 100. Every device inside your local area network, whether it's wired or wireless, gets a unique address, which in this particular example, the first three numbers are the same. The last number has to be unique and different. Now, the other cool part is then we also have a router. Now, I'm going to draw the router over here, although again, it's often in this same box. But this router is a member of our network also, and by convention, we tend to give him the .1 address. It's not a law of physics, but that's the most common thing. So the router itself has his own address. So if any two computers want to talk to each other, they don't even really use the IP address. They actually just use their MAC addresses. However, if they want to talk to anybody that doesn't have an address that starts with 192.168.4, they have to send it out to this router. We call this router the default gateway. On the other side of this router is a totally different IP address. I'm just making these up. Because this is a completely separate LAN. This is not our LAN. Here's an example of a typical home router. Now I want you to take a close look at this. This particular one is for cable modem, so it's got my cable modem connection. This is another LAN that's being handled by my cable provider. provider. This guy is wireless, so he can do wireless connections, and he even has a built-in 4-port switch out of convenience. So it's a nice little thing. You don't have to go buy a separate switch. It's all built into this one little device, and it makes our life great. Now, the only trick here is you have to enter this information. Now I'm going to save actually entering the information for other episodes, but before we part away from WAN, I want to answer one more question, and that is, Mike, I don't think I've ever actually had to type in these 192, 168s or any of that stuff. That's right, because built into this device is a special kind of server called DHCP, which we'll cover in detail in other episodes, that when you fire up your computer and you join my wireless network, or you just light up and you're plugged in, it automatically gives you all this information, making our life really, really easy. The big takeaway on this episode, more than anything else, is that every computer on Earth has got two very different addresses. There's a physical or a MAC address, and that's for your local calls as you're just talking to each other. And then you have a logical address based on this numbering system called IP addressing. And I'm going to save all of those for lots of other episodes in other chapters. Look, I know we live in a world where everybody thinks all of the internet is wireless, but the reality is that wired connections are the backbone of what makes our networking and the internet work. So in this episode, I want to go through the different types of cables and connectors you might run into for a network. Now, the thing you need to understand is that right now, the predominant networking is called Ethernet. So Ethernet defines our frames, Ethernet defines how the network cards work, but Ethernet also defines the type of cabling and connectors we use. Now, there's also some alternatives to this. For example, DOCSIS, better known as cable modems, they have their connectors, and we'll touch on those as well. But what's important is that there are lots of different versions of Ethernet. So they have names like, for example, let me put one up on the screen. This is 10 base T. 10 stands for 10 megabits per second, base stands for baseband, and T stands for twisted pair, which we're going to cover in a minute. So there's lots of these. For example, there's 1000 base T, and there's 10 GB base T, which is 10 gigabit per second. As these different Ethernet standards come along, they need improvements in cabling in order to make sure that they run at their speed that they're capable of. So that's why we have so many different kinds of cables. Also keep in mind that for any one given speed of Ethernet, you might have
Is the stuff you were talking with frozen?
No.
Okay. So there is another one. Okay.
This is, as the channel suggests, this is Capital Flow. You're looking at currencies, and you're trying to
Oh
you're
my God.
comparing
Mhm.
you're comparing Australian dollar and British dollar together against the slow movers. So you would do like a spread between British pound multiplied by Canadian dollar, and then you would do the spread against Australian dollar. No, sorry, British dollar times Canadian dollar times Australian dollar divided by yen and Swiss
The British dollar is you mean the pound?
Yeah, pound.
Okay,
sorry.
it's not the dollar, it's British. Thank God we don't have British here. It will be dead.
You're essentially comparing yen
I-
times Swiss against the other currencies.
I
for-
got you what you mean. I got you what you mean. You're just using price, I guess, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense.
Mm, that's the thing, right? You have to know how to anchor it. That's
no,
yeah.
no. For the data, you're using just price, like to get the yellow thing, just
Yeah,
price.
Yeah.
Okay. So that makes some sense. And you're using futures, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. No, that makes some sense. It's totally nonsense to look for intraday, and I mean you can execute an intraday, but
I think that is the magic with that.
well,
If you want to do it intraday, you really have to know how to anchor it. But you're
No,
right.
you
in
could-
higher
you-
time
you-
frame, it's way better to use.
yeah, no, you cannot do that on intraday. You can execute on intraday, but the yellow line have no place for intraday kind of execution and stuff. That kind of spread stuff, it doesn't. Yeah, it gives you an idea of future direction, maybe possibility, and
Well, this
But
is just
nothing
simply
else.
a risk on, risk off.
yeah. But you guys are looking at too many shit. You need to cut it down. Too much. There's
I
too
have
much.
been. I even deleted the pulling and stacking data. Just looking at ES.
You did wrong. That's the idea. As I say to Bayman and RB, that's good because I saw the shit on his chart too and some other stuff. Good thinking, bad execution.
Okay, we're waiting. We will.
Well,
be
yeah. I don't know if you have enough Bitcoin, but
there. I wonder what the US is doing with all their empty GOX Bitcoin.
I don't even know where Bitcoin is right now.
Me neither. 62, 61, probably.
No clue. Interesting. This 29 jets here.
Oh, still 64.
Yeah.
You guys have always, if you want to look different data and stuff, whatever you're looking at, you always need to apply. I'm serious about that.
Today
Some
we're
really
talking ab-
stupid logic to it. Yeah, you don't have to put shit on the chart just to see if it's working. If that's your process, let me throw some shit on chart and see if it's working. That's wrong. You need to think what I want to see, and then you build a chart for that.
Yeah, I get you.
I would love to see some buying here. The low was similar. Yeah, it was very similar. Yes. That's a 10-second. No, yes, I guess. Oh, 200. 200, probably. 200. Yeah. Yeah, it's not always that that fucking clear, but yes, that was a really good one. You can trade even the preview, the first one that is in your picture, which is just a pullback if you know what you're doing. You can trade pretty much everything you want to do. And we got slow price again. Nice. That was waiting for me, I guess.
It wants a new low.
Yeah, I'm liking the short more, but I wouldn't mind a flash, another little flash on 26 and eventually pick up. Same that is happening at 21, pretty much. 21 swing number.
Mm-hmm.
Same plot. But that's already a decent drive there.
Yep. Now I need back over 30 area.
I've seen a lot of people on Twitter using your stuff.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I need to. I kind of given up on the GDI thing. I might bump the post again on the Sierra forums, but I asked Luda to test the study that they include for GDI drawing, and he was able to replicate the same issue. And so he posted that basically when you have GDI enabled versus or OpenGL enabled versus not, the drawings don't always transfer over. And he was actually writing some studies too that were having some weird bleed over issues with the drawings. And I'm like, okay, that sounds like the problem I'm having. So I was trying to do a few other tweaks to it, but it was getting to be a pain because when I would do something and then test it with OpenGL disabled, then it wouldn't work anymore. And I'm like, I don't want to continue like doing a bunch of stuff if there's an underlying issue. So
to be honest, it's important that it's working on OpenGL more than the other way around.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing too, is like, at some point with this stuff, if you're not using OpenGL, then
Yeah, keep in mind that Sierra without OpenGL, it's really another platform.
Yeah.
It's an ancient platform.
Yeah.
Not an ancient, it's slow.
But I'll probably bump the forum post one more time and hopefully not piss them off, and then see if they'll look at it one more time. Because they said we can't reproduce. They said they couldn't reproduce the issue, and I'm like, well, we all can.
Give me a notice when you
Okay.
bump the thread, because we can jump in and add the thumbs up.
Okay.
They're looking for that shit.
Okay. But yeah, I'll peel off just that study and post it if anyone wants that. Because honestly, I only use two of the things that I ever worked on. A lot of them were just stuff people asked for, but I don't use any of it other than this one and the Forex Factory.
Okay.
So-
Gotcha.
Because Aaron was asking before, like, can I just get the Forex Factory and that's it? And I'm like, sure. So here we go. Here's a flush.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's exactly the flush I'm looking at, and we are a potential flip point again.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind another point down, maybe, but Little algo buying, but you need to go immediately because it's very little, very muted. It's already failing. Stupid algo. You cannot trust an algo anymore.
Oh,
We didn't get a fast reaction, so we'll probably
No.
get another flush. Could be kept from here, but really much harder to read. Still buying, still picking up. Want to see flush. I have a position. I open little wrong position. Don't like it, but I'm
Yeah.
holding.
just
Right.
average down.
Yeah, that's
Well, then
that's actually that's actually a really powerful way to trade average down if you know how to do it properly. If you have the pocket to do that. I hate to trade that way, but there is some. If you do properly, there is some logic and there is some merit to it.
yeah, if you know what you're doing, and
Yeah.
like to see it take off a little quicker here. But
Yeah, because there is someone working the offer at 26, so we need a breakout. And I'm not very in love with. I like the volume overall. I like the buying pressure, but I want to see some more serious offer popping at 24, 23. Some serious bid, sorry. Popping up 22, 23, something that gives immediate pressure. There is a guy at 23.50, but it's already almost giving up. It was 23.50, 75, now it's just 50.
all buying's kicking in again, but
Yeah.
someone at 26 area needs to get
Yeah,
out
there
of the
was
way.
someone working the offer at 25.50, 75, 26.
Yeah,
Didn't got filled totally, so.
I want to see this 27 area.
Yeah, ideally for a real long change of piece, we need to stay on top of 32, at least 32 something.
I just happen to have a line there where we need to stay over.
Yeah, so sure. Hopefully, it will not stop the market.
Yeah. It might. That's what happens.
Hmm.
I think Sierra sends your drawings to the CME, and then they
Yeah.
look at where everyone's got their lines drawn.
Yeah, all those juicy 1.11 contract sub.
Oh yeah.
I never understood the fact how the CME could possibly have their own traders who could actually execute on the data the CME was getting from everyone. How is that stuff allowed? Please tell me, anyone.
CME is doing a lot of shady stuff, but not that.
Not that? No, they did that.
Nah,
There were
some.
traders hired by there were CME traders. One
Yeah,
CME.
but they keep that under control. Futures are still a sort of safer environment compared to the rest. All futures, generally speaking.
As far as I understand, they don't do that anymore.
Mm.
But when they began, there were pit traders who worked for CME.
Oh yeah, but that's not a.
And, well, if you ask me, they had access to the CME data, to everything.
Yeah, for sure. No, they have. But a lot of people have access to that stuff, so it's priced in sort of way.
Yeah, but still, they were not. I don't think they were boosting liquidity in a sense. They were just trading.
They should, but they should doing that. That's the deal. They are doing that partially. The real question is, they will keep up liquidity when shit goes really wrong. The answer to that is usually no.
Yeah, they.
Okay, taking some on fear just because 4 point, 5 point,
Mm-hmm.
already something.
I had a line there, so it turned around.
Oh yeah, I'm flat. No, not flatting. I'm just taking something off. I'm actually fat finger that edge.
Wonder how often that happens for real, though. Like,
Well, what?
if it happens for like some of these larger players where they accidentally do something and it goes haywire.
Yeah, that's happened sometimes. It doesn't happen very often today, but yeah, it was more a thing in the past when execution were more manual. But sometimes it still happen. It happened that someone activated the wrong algo. Still everything up. We got the guy at 55 that is making some noise. Did Ivan even give you access to his chart books at least?
Oh, me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice. At least that.
Yeah, I haven't. Honestly,
No, it's so crap. It's so crap. It's nice for he used here in a very smart way, so it's nice to see how he used that and
yeah,
the coloring, the chart book, all that. That's nice, but that's it.
yeah, because he said he would do some chart books and some coloring ideas, and another person that did some testing provided some color schemes. I just left what I had by default because I'm like horrible with color schemes. My son actually helped me pick out some of the colors and
Nice.
figure out some of the math for some of the stuff, which is kind of cool.
Pressure now. We
Yeah.
got someone 30, 50, 30, 75, 32. We need to go to those guys very quickly. Which seems happening.
Ironically, I have like just a massive amount of chart books, but now after doing this, I've only been using the DOM that I was using already, but then just the chart books from this, and I don't feel like I am missing anything.
No, you're not.
So
The DOM is fine. Just if
Yeah.
you're using volume on the DOM, like volume profile or volume bar to see that kind of stuff, just reset them very,
Yep.
very frequently.
yeah, I have I've always on my Stream Deck have hotkeys for resetting the current traded and the recent bid and ask.
And
But
wink. Hopefully the voice doesn't crap now, but even the boom is stacking.
But I still feel it's easier to see the right information though on the charts. But on the DOM, it kind of helps to see some of the pace and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just so I mainly have it too because I'm just so used to clicking on it to enter. If like that's how I would enter trades.
Resetting everything. It doesn't make any sense to accumulate those value, but that's much later on.
And of course, it's helpful like if you see all the buying into or selling into a level and the volume accumulating and it not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can still see that on the chart, but it's actual numbers you can see too. That helps a little bit.
Let's
Like,
see,
someone just absorbed 1,000 watts.
Yeah. Let's see, 26, if we will get there. Hopefully, with a little flash and quick pickup. That will be the ideal play. Speak up. Still need to stay top of 27, 28. And fuck those guys. 30, 31, 32. Little buying failure there.
A little bit of stuff below price now.
Yeah.
Not that large, but
There is someone working from 24 to from 22, it's already gone, unfortunately. And then 27, 28.
Mhm.
You can put the heat map on a 10-second chart to see that stuff because it's usually very fast. So you cannot see that on the 3-point chart. But we need volume.
Yeah. Well, especially through that 30 area.
Yeah, because the 4-pointer is not looking great on volume side. Flush, please, on the way up. The pressure. Bind pressure, of course. There's all the jets at 32, 33 that need to get filled. Because they're adding it. Almost 500 contracts across multiple levels.
Oh, like up at 44 to 46.
Yeah, you pretty much figured out that part. You just need to spend a lot of time on it. And guess why he's figuring out? Because he's looking only at that. Pressure, please. Well, we got pressure. Volume, please. Not something else and all that 32 jets.
Yeah. I got to line them, so you better.
Okay. Good to know.
I took one off here from 27.
Nice, nice, nice. 27. Okay, the pullback, you mean? Okay,
Yeah.
that's a nice edge. I was waiting a little below that to act, but
All right, you guys have a good one. I'm going out to eat. See you tomorrow.
later or tomorrow.
Save some for us.
Yeah.
No chance. No chance.
Or give us
Have
the
a good
recipe.
See you.
Later. I'm sending volume there.
Yeah.
Still good, but I really need to see that 32, 33. It's getting filled.
Doesn't look like there's any major news tomorrow or Monday
Yep.
or Tuesday or Wednesday. Well, Wednesday, FOMC meeting minutes. Never mind. Says Monday's a French and a German bank holiday. I don't know if that affects anything.
The European session. Plotting something here.
I broke C32.
Yep.
Obviously,
65 now.
there was a
That's,
nice volume pickup there on the buy side. I think right when or right before that happened, someone added a bunch down at 19, 500 or so. And then there was some other stuff added a little bit higher before that run up.
Yep. Not very normal, Aaron. I'm talking with him in DMs.
What?
I'm talking about something in DMs.
Oh, okay.
Easier to answer the voice.
Yes, that is the normal. That is normal behavior for equities.
Yeah, but you should see that on the tape if that the case. So something popping on the beat and someone hit that. That's fine, but you should be able to see that. The
Not
other way around.
necessarily always real time. I mean, because it can be reported
yeah, of
late.
course. Yeah, that's the shit.
Especially if it was done in a dark pool. So
yeah, that's the shitty side of stocks. But I'm afraid it's more the other way around. So was a
what do you
market
mean?
order. Someone sent a market order. Someone saw that before and
I don't think it was a front run on it. No.
No, it doesn't mean to me to be a program. I mean, program on the bid on the limit order book. Yes, but not necessarily on the volume.
Also, some of these institutions don't list on the primary ECNs their book.
Oh yeah,
So they could have some kind of other dark book that other institutions prefer to trade on, and that's where the execution may have happened and then got reported later.
Yeah.
And that's completely fine. So yes, it could be that situation where someone was posted with 10,000 share or 50,000 shares, but not on an ECN that was advertising, and then that got hit. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's listed on the NASDAQ depth that I have. Yeah, it's an incomplete picture, like we were saying.
Yeah. Which is really stuff. It's an incomplete. That's the horrible part. It's an incomplete picture for you for retail. That's why I will not stay away from that fucking shit. But again, what Chad was saying, it's the best advice I agree with that. So stick with the ES for a couple of weeks to see the mechanics, because the basics are always the same, beside the nuances, the technical nuances, and then eventually come back to stock and try to apply that. We definitely better chart. That's a need.
Did you think of anything out of the box for how to represent that chart?
No, not out of the box.
Good.
Not out of the box, because you're still lacking the complete. If you had access to the complete picture on the other side, yes, there's a lot that you can actually do, but you don't have that. That's the problem. But the other way around, so someone sending a 20,000, whatever it is, 40,000, 5,000 market order, and someone popping on the offer or on the bid to hit that's a fraud.
I don't. I doubt that that's the way.
Yes, that's the way.
It's
unfortunately, yes. You go.
I mean,
go back
for the most of them.
Yes.
I mean, the bigger guys
yes.
on the floor, they would hit 10,000, 20,000 shares easy. Like
Yeah,
even
but
30,000 shares market order easy.
Is not the 10,000 the problem. The problem is if it was eaten on the offer or on the bid at once, because it means someone sold that order beforehand, which is exactly what the Nanex guy is talking for years. That was like 10 years ago, so you can imagine now. That's why he's saying that stocks are a fucking giant fraud. Which probably means you have to, I don't know, maybe teach the very low stuff, time frame and range frame stuff. I don't know, I really have to think about it. And I'm not a fast thinker. But give a read to all the chats. That's very interesting. And that's not his opinion. It's fucking putting the fucking data on that. He actually got some money from CME not CME, sorry, from Stock Exchange for showing them the fraud. Fucking stocks. $55, we want to see $55 again. Later, David. Have a good one. Come on, keep going, please. So you have never tried to trade futures, pretty much, besides watching and.
Not discretionarily. Algorithmically, yes, but not discretionarily.
Interesting. Yeah.
And then, of course, there's all the clients that I've worked with that have built systems for who trade futures, but that's not the same as trading it yourself. And plus, they have their own, whatever approach they wanted to use.
Yeah, makes sense. Huge advocate. Go stake on futures for a couple of weeks on ES, not even futures. I think that's the decent reset point. Like you were looking for pullback. We have a swing number. No, we don't have a swing number on that. The pullback at 26 that you see 10 seconds, that's your entry. With confirmation, with something pretty safe. It's not a tundra entry. It's logical. It's what we need to stay on top. It's in a early directional environment. It's after a very decent pickup at 23. If you don't want to take that, that's your stuff. It cannot get more clear than that, I'm afraid. I'm pretty sure you will consider to switch to the dark side after a couple of weeks.
It's not as simple as just switching, like.
For sure. It's actually
everything's
in your case. In your case, it's simple because you are coming from a more complicated environment. It will be much harder to go from futures to stock than the other way around. But I'm not suggesting you to switch. I'm just suggesting you to stay a couple of weeks for now. Then you can bring back something to the stock, or maybe saying, okay, there's too much edge into this.
Just do the 2-week trial period.
Yes.
Money back guarantee.
No, that's not.
For Sin.
Yes. Same money back there. No, but not even trade. Just watch. Trading imply execution and it's doable even on micro contract. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that, but it's doable. Alin did that. You can talk to him.
No, I mean, it's not just like an instrument change. It'd be a platform change. It'd be execution changes. It'd be
Yes, but
you know, the tape looks different. The level 2 is gone. You have there's no like level 2 looking thing on futures. I've been staring at that Lightspeed thing since 2006. So
yeah,
it's ingrained in my brain, and I know the nuances of how it dances. You know.
Yeah, but you have level 2 is different, but just not exactly the same. You have the full book. You have everything. It's different. You're right. Absolutely. But you're not even watching at that for now. Beside the heat map on the 4 point.
So I think I'll have some time in July where I can take off and focus.
Whenever. I'm just
you guys
afraid
will all be way ahead of me by then, so I feel like I'm the furthest one back anyways right now.
No, it's okay. Whenever you want. I'm just afraid it will become frustrating for you to try to implement all that shit on the stock side. July will be great. Hopefully we'll probably get some volatility then. So 55, come on. Or maybe Falling comeback is fucking pretty horrible busy. Can give you some advice on the micro stuff. Let me take something off here. Because fuck that. It's 10 point. Huge selling pressure there. Like fucking huge.
That was you taking all your profit.
Yeah. I fat fingered my entry, but not too much. Actually, I remember that. I fat fingered my first trade ever.
Was it a good one?
Yes, it was. I made a shit ton of money on that, but I was nervous, so I was kind of fucking around things. I was like, well, why am I making so much money? That's that possible? And oh shit. After that, I was so scared. Oh boy.
Yeah, it could have went the other way. Could have lost a lot of money.
Exactly. Because I don't remember what platform was executing or not executing on Sierra for sure, but I didn't have the thing set when I was executing on keyboard. So when you press the button, it's considered one press, but if you keep holding, there is usually an option to consider that multiple entry or just one until you release the key and press again. So I was nervous, press the key. I was holding the key for, I don't know, 3-4 seconds probably. And failed the shit on a counter.
That sounds dangerous, to be honest.
It
To
was
have
my
that.
first try. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and for anyone that doesn't know, if you go to the global settings
Yeah.
in Sierra and go to simple settings,
yeah.
you can
Yeah.
set a maximum
pretty
amount
much.
of contracts.
Yeah, pretty much all platform I have an option
Yeah.
for that, and even the keyboard input. I think there is
Yeah.
an option for keyboard input even on Sierra.
Yeah.
Not sure if I remember correctly that because
Yeah.
a long time ago.
That way, if you have the wrong bracket size or like already
Oh,
in, then you can't add any more to it.
yeah, it's a scary environment for sure. Not safe and never be safe. Actually, it's a lot safer this day than it was in the past. We used to have flash crash on gold like every single week.
Hmm.
You know, a smaller one, not a crazy one, but pretty much every single fucking week. We stay on top of this 32 something. Now will become an interesting day. Or an interesting close, I should say.
What was interesting about yesterday's that you said?
There was activity on the tape, and then you keep trading for half an hour after the close. It was a lot of the activity, and usually when you got that kind of activity, there is a fat chance that it will keep going overnight. Overnight is like European session is always a fucking hit or miss. Most time is a miss. But when he goes, it's like the action we saw in the previous week, in this previous day. Oh yes, it's slow, but it's fucking relentless.
Okay.
Okay, I've got something for you, Luca.
Mm-hmm.
Have a look at that.
Should I be worried? Let's see.
I don't think so. It perfectly describes yesterday.
PDF. Okay, that's read.
That's why I asked you if you have some
Engine demand market.
expectation, because we had all that
No.
intraday momentum, and then
You mean expectation or
on the
I?
close, basically on the
On the
last
close.
three
Oh,
minutes.
okay, okay. Engine demand market needs momentum. 2020. Okay, edging short gamma. Oh, edging short gamma. Okay, okay, okay. You need to be very careful with that. Keep in mind that all the gamma stuff you will find.
Well, it's not
Around its-
necessarily to look at gamma with that. It's just that you have a edge during the close, during the last 30 minutes, depending on the intraday momentum.
The return in the last 30 minutes before the market close is positively predicted by the return during the rest of the day. Well, first they're getting data, just reading the abstract, so I never read all the whole thing, but they're getting data from 1974 to 2020. That's not the proper way to do it. It's another year. That's you should look at the last 10 years. That's already too much.
Well,
Possibly predicted by the return during the rest of the day from previous market low. Yeah, you can have that, but let's predict power economic statistic and reverts over the next day. Yeah, I will read that tonight or tomorrow over the weekend. But it's pretty easy to beside the gamma stuff. It's pretty easy to foolproof that.
what do you mean? To know that the close is going to be interesting after a day like yesterday during the day.
It's pretty easy to. I don't know. I have to read and see exactly what they mean, but to build a model and to see if there is relevance in futures in the last 5-10 years. It's doable even this year.
Well, it's the old. What are we doing? Are we back testing or are we forward testing? Right? What is better? These are
Back testing is great, but you should not go that far. 1974 doesn't make any sense, especially on futures. It's you will get a shit ton of more data, but it's will give you a false sense of security, completely false. From previous market close to the last 30 minutes. And there is, I haven't read that, but there is there is still the execution problem.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Not to mention all the other variable like very liquid day. That's why these things become a little more complicated. $60 futures on equities, bond, commodities. Yeah, commodities. That will fuck all the data. Currency. Again, that's not intraday trading. That's the statistical edge at best. Yeah, they use a lot of futures that DAX, Euro stocks, CAC. That's slightly different stuff that should not be mixed. If you're getting data from fucking DAX and you compare to other stuff, it's gold, like gold, crude X2, natural gas, corn, okay, soybean, cocoa, cotton, coffee, sugar.
I think it's almost everything you can.
Yeah, but those things need to be tested separately. Like, you cannot put the commodities on the same stuff from an index, and you cannot put the DAX in the same basket of Nikkei or ES or Nasdaq. It's very different behavior, very different market. The basic mechanics are the same, but very different type of participant in those markets, especially in commodities, seasonalities, and all that jazz.
I mean, yeah, obviously you can see it, right?
Yeah.
There are markets where it works and others where it doesn't work at all.
Yeah, but they're putting all together and building a basket for index from what I understand. And a basket for futures all. And you need to see single instrument per single instrument. Okay, they have in the appendix something like that. I'll read on the weekend probably because that's 60 page. Okay, another 50 minutes. No, fuck off. I don't want to play MLC and all that stupid jets. Corey Jill. What's it saying? I don't think it's charged. The user driving a copy of it. Yeah, that's right. That's a smart guy for sure. Speaking of cat, you are in the what's his name? Fat Cat server. Do you think it's legit or not? I think it's a fun guy for sure, but
Who, Fat Cat?
yeah.
To be honest, I'm not an expert on Fat Cat. He trades order flow mostly. He's also mostly focused on ES.
Hmm.
He was focused only in ES for quite a while. Yeah, he's a very decent order flow trader.
Mm.
Does he sell anything?
No.
Oh,
Yes.
then he's probably legit, right?
Yes, it's something.
Did he stop selling?
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
sorry. He sells his Ko-fi, but you can get everything for free from him.
I have a betting
Ko-fi.
place with one friend before 2025 trading course for sure.
Could be. It's his market prep as far as I understand it.
Aren't
Yeah,
you
but-
guys still in his server? A couple of you guys?
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm just reading. I've never spoken into that. Seems a nice guy, but I have my honest doubt that is actually making money with trading. Just looking at what he's saying on a couple of videos I'm watching. When you see a guy talking about everything, volume profile, market, and everything else, VWAP and all that jazz, it's yeah, I remember that from the, you see me.
I think he is decent enough to switch fast enough. So he does have
all
days
that
where he
stuff
draws
that he
down.
was saying, that he's saying about order flow is pretty much old shit. Stuff that was working 10 years ago. In some very specific instance. You see me or other people are doing this. We don't change stuff. We don't look for 1,000 of different things. I don't think I have opened a volume profile in last month. Nothing there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. But if you say you're trading intraday and you're using that stuff, and you're looking at DOM and they're bidding on the DOM, that's all stuff too simple, too vague. But maybe I'm completely wrong. I don't know.
To be honest, that was always I tried to study some of his stuff. Was a bit too.
It's on everything. Like it's talking about everything. So it's like I don't see any execution. I see a lot of the fucking dumb stuff that cool people were marketing some years ago, but that's really, really old stuff.
He understands market structure quite well. So
yeah, but that's pretty
how to
much
trade
everyone
trade
that's
into
smart enough to look at that. Problem is always the execution. That's I do remember one video of him. It's like a 3-hour meditation. It was blabbing, I will not take trades on. I don't know. Anything is not set up.
yeah, he has kind of a spiritual side. Yeah, you know.
Well,
to be honest, I don't really. I've joined his server, looked at his stuff because I was interested in it, but I quickly changed to zero to trader stuff. Oh well, I never.
How
really
is Zero
changed.
done?
To be honest,
he had a kid recently, like back in
he has a kid.
March, I think.
far as we know, he had some problem with his swing trading as well recently. Well, I shouldn't say problems. I think he really is good enough of a trader to don't have long-lasting problems. I think he just got stopped out a bit more often than he's used to.
How many trades is taking roughly on the day? 3?
0 to
2?
trader?
On a
yeah.
day,
3
he
to
traded
4.
on a weekly basis, I think.
Yeah.
Like he held positions for months and weeks.
Okay.
Not
On futures, is doing that on futures?
He traded quite a wide array of products.
That's strange.
Like I remember him being in the grains and metals.
He has a trading education with actual traders, so.
Yeah,
but he's not
future-
very. He doesn't like to share his more detailed stuff. So
Okay. More on Bitcoin. It's eager. No, that makes sense. No one is eager. Besides to be more like me, there's no sense.
Yes. Everybody here hopes you're the moron who gives everything away for free.
Well, yeah, really, no fucking upside.
Do it all, please.
That is strange to hold stuff on future side for that long. It's there are better way to do that. Anything above 1 week on futures, it's.
Well, he still has. No, he doesn't hold longer than a week. Actually, I've never seen him hold this long frozen. He holds for like a week max.
Okay, that makes some sense because beside that on futures, holding on the weekend on futures, it's requires some serious capital.
Oh yeah, he's Zero is actually really making bucks.
Oh, that's nice. But it's still risky. Like there are better way to do that beside futures. It's more option play than.
Yeah, that's his one weakness. He doesn't know much about futures. But he got a formal education by really old pit traders, and as far as I know, he worked for a prop trading firm, not like a
Gotcha.
but a
Yeah. Stupid. We can even use proper name for things. Jesus Christ. Top Gun.
I notice on ES right now we're pretty much in the same range when we opened.
Yeah. That's why I say that we stay on top of it and continue to stay on top of that. 32, 33, it's pretty much the open range. You can have charts for open range and that kind of stuff. Just something like, I don't know, let me take a screenshot. That's wrong button. You can try to reverse engineer that.
Trying to just see that. Colors. scheme is this?
Oh, is that
It's
just the
hideous.
opening range each session marked off?
Yes. Yes. So you can see there is a merit to that. Those levels are respected pretty much. Just don't go
Which-
crazy on that.
What time frame is it using for the range? if it's
let me
using-
check that because that's like 10 years old chart.
Oh,
No, maybe less than 10, but
yeah, there's the
oh yeah.
30
Yeah,
second, the 5 minute, the 30 minute.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you need to fine tune a little bit for every single instrument. That's from. Where is location? 9:30 to 10.
Okay, so 30 minute, yeah.
Yeah. It's hideous on purpose, that the color scheme. It's just, I don't even want to look at that, just glance. And that's a funny video. A lot of work actually doing that. That's a funny video.
I just watched it. I like the part where it blows up and deletes.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's done on Twitter.
Yeah.
Again, I have nothing against people selling shit. It's just
Well, when if they're,
value. That's it.
I mean, if they're selling something that they use that works and they believe in, sure. But if they're purposely
Yeah, but
scamming,
that's not the case. It's just fucking level and coming back 20 minutes later or 1 hour later and it's working.
Yeah.
No, it was just a reference. Why you got shorter? It was nothing
Yeah.
to show. Just a level.
it was a zone,
Yeah.
and
You should
you shouldn't have taken.
short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, well, you're supposed to watch what happens at the level and then react.
Look at the dome. I'm not sure.
It was broke below my line.
No.
Now it's going to crash down to 26. Come on. Otherwise, I'll also delete. Hopefully, no one's recording.
That's still a decent pickup from 26 if we we pick up from there. It's already pretty much happening now if they want to, but ideally that's a nice one. But we're getting into MOC territory.
Unfilled the 500 at 319.
Well,
No. They tried. Maybe they'll try again.
yeah, there's some pressure now below.
Yeah.
26, 24, 25 too.
Yep.
Oh, we need to trigger some fucking volume because we didn't do that. That was the entire leg up was built on pressure, buying pressure, not on volume. Which is not what you want to see in this kind of environment at this point. Okay. Again, it's a big range at this point to stay top of this 28 because that's already a decent peak. Yeah. 52 and then again the 35. That's a big one. We stay on top of that, we can maybe get the yesterday high for the close. But I will not play that. Yeah, MOC. Incoming 50 minutes. I guess that's enough. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks.
All right. Have a nice evening.
You too. Later.
Yep. Have a good night.
Bye bye, everyone.